Hello, everyone, and welcome to the broadcast. We're going to be continuing our programming content as has become our standard stream. Today, we're going to be trying a variation on the collision logic that we tried yesterday. It's working mostly really well, but there is a critical flaw in how it's behaving, and we can't leave it that way, so we need at least one additional change to make this work. We've got at least one thing we can try, and then it's drawing board territory. But before we get too much further into that, let's check with the kitties. We do have Ember across from the keyboard and Sammy on the bed. Let's use camera 7 because camera 1 is obstinate. Hey there, Destroyer, and I see Not Here was present at the initial start of the stream, not this start of the stream. Hello, everyone. Welcome. So what we're trying is, if you can see it, hello there. If you can see it, we have test many areas instead of just test one area. So what we have been doing, we're making a game, Destroyer. Let's show where we are currently. Oh, something's broken. This render should be in scope. Yep. Yep. We're making a Vampire Survivor style game. Yep. Yeah. Weird. Okay, let's... Clearly technical difficulties. Sammy really likes that spot. How can this not be in scope? Not determined yet, Destroyer. I am setting it up so it will be largely compatible. I don't expect console, though. If that becomes a decision to make, it will be down the road, and I will feel very good about our success. But preliminary thoughts is we'll probably start with PC when we get there. Okay. Why is that not in scope? They're at the same... They're at the same tier. All right, Destroyer. It's a very, very chat-heavy stream, so don't worry. It's not a thing. Not far off. Is it 3 months? I mean, that sounds about right. Let's take a look. Scanning. I mean, we started in February. So, yeah. The test render is definitely in scope right now. How can it not be? Because right there. And right there. Oh. What's wrong with test thing? All right. We are gonna. Okay, that's working now. Oh, no, it's not working now. Oh. Okay, one second. Look at the kitties. Oh. Discarding changes. And this is why you use source control. Okay, this folder stuck around, so we are going to first attempt this. I didn't forget to commit yesterday. I have the dreadful feeling that I just purged yesterday's work. Can find out. We did. I just purged yesterday. Sad. Okay, okay. Can we speed run this a bit? What we added yesterday, we added the second spawner type, and we got collision working between them. Oh man, this is gonna be a whole thing. And this is why you don't mess up when you're using source control. Okay. Thinky. Not going to be in the game object. It's going to be in test thing initially. Test thing needs... Okay, first we're going to go into U, and instead of there being an area object which we export, we're going to change its type to an area 2D. Just so. And instead of that, this is going to be an on. We're going to call this an on ready. Say is equal to self. This is going to extend area 2D. So then got that set up. Then we need the map. First, we need to link these properly so that we don't run into that problem again. Change these here. We're going to go with shape entered still as the only thing. So we should still get collision here. Nope. Because we need to set the collision area here. These are enemies, they... Oh. Go into game. Find where we're creating it. There we go. Dot collision. Test render, you extend area 2D, and area 2Ds have collision layers. Collision layer. It's equal to constants. Not. Mob type. Not. Enemy. Oh. I agree, Oleg. The piano is good. And welcome to Oops, I Deleted Yesterday stream. Isn't the most terrible thing because yesterday's development isn't the full change that we need, but I do need part of yesterday to make this all work. Hey there, Jolly. Welcome. And Yusuf. Hello, hello. Jolly, those are two of my cats. A third is behind my head on my headrest. A fourth is across from my keyboard, and I don't know if we can see the fifth. Yeah, we can't see where Sky is. I think Sky is at the foot of the bed that the tuxedo's near. Ember is across from the keyboard. She just sat up. We have Mason and then Sammy top to bottom on the bed. Sherbet was behind my head there for a moment. I do like cats. Generally a good idea, Yusuf. And let's... this one... equal to... doesn't have a texture path variable. Path is a string. And so we go in and we say the texture path is... where's the blob? There we go. Hey there, King and Demon. It's not apparent. We are doing some longer streams lately. Texture path. Yeah, it's not working. Oh. Yes, it is working. Would if I didn't forget the other half of the change. Okay, now they move. There's our physics process here. Direction. For those of you that were here yesterday, yesterday I set up the navigation system and refined the collision system. So as far as the single area solution, everything was working great. And then today I made a mistake at the beginning, and in order to correct it, I reset to the branch that I started with today, having forgotten that I didn't commit yesterday's changes. So yesterday has been scrubbed from existence, and we're going to try to speed run putting it back. Two is equal to dot position dot direction to player factory dot player get player position Can I do this? I can't remember. No, sad. It'll do, though. Times 96. Okay. Okay, right now we add 2,000 things, but let's do one of the things we did earlier. Let's spawn limit as an int. Int is equal to 0. Export these. How do I understand these? Do you mean the code, Jolly? They don't really need to be exported for these purposes, but... Okay, then total spawned is an internal variable. If things dot size is less than spawn limit, add thing. It's practice there, Connor. It's practice. Game design is generally just programming, but with usually a specialized toolkit. So, like all programming, it's, bash your forehead against it until either learning osmosis or until you decide it's not what you want to do. Okay, we're not going to add things after the one gets removed. We are going to add a thing every frame. Okay. So we've got that going. Every time we add a thing. This one. Then here, we're going to go in that and that. Blob. Hollis. Now, I could just save them off. Let's do that. We're not using these. So much test code being grafted in right now. We're in the midst of a very low-level rewrite. We're trying to get collision and rendering super efficient. Since we're making a Vampire Survivors style game, given the screen dimensions, especially if we're following the general vibe of like Vampire Survivors, we need about 750 things on rendered at once or in existence to properly fill the screen. Which means I want about double that for enemies, because I want the there to be enemies off screen if possible. So if you have like piercing projectiles or something like that, that they have extra things to wipe out. That's not a necessity, but 750 is about the minimum that we want to handle, because that will actually fill the screen. You shouldn't see as many gaps when they're swarming. But that means I need 750 entities, and that only covers monsters. At about 750, about 700 to 750, our prior solutions resulted in a plummeting frames per second. Unacceptable. So we're trying a new pattern that uses very low-level functionality inside of Godot engine, which is what we're coding in. It has resulted in excellent performance, and we're able to do the pathfinding that we want. But the collision has a problem with the model that we were using. So we're going to try a slight variation to it and hope, crossing our fingers, that it will function. You know what? No, I'm just going to get it each time. Sloppy, but it'll work. $sign. Spawner as test render. Total spawned is a string. We'll do the same thing here. Should totally work. Yep. Number of blobs, number of mice. Now, if we touch a blob, the blob goes away. We are getting an aberration here. There's our... If the number of things are less than the spawn limit, which is being set to 1,000, then spawn a thing. Oh, it's total spawned. That's why. All right. Let's augment this. So this is total spawned. So we are going to do this again. That. Current total. So the current sticks around 1,000, flickering wildly because it updates every frame. Now, the bullets are being wiped out repeatedly because the bullets are colliding with the blobs, but the blobs aren't colliding with the bullets. And I do this. I can. Okay, convenient. This lives on bullet, collides with mob. Lives on enemy. Shortcuts. So player plus bullet. Okay, the blobs will now collide with the mice as well, so it should remove more blobs. Good. But this is demonstrating part of our problem here, is that there isn't perfect collision between the total areas of the mice and the blobs, which is a problem. Okay, so let's see here. We are going to add, we have shape RID, we have local area RID. Am I using shape? Nowhere. That's not supposed to be here yet. Okay, and RID as an RID. This is another onReady. equal to world 2D dot. No. Get world. It doesn't ring a bell, Gavin, but I may have forgotten. It do be like that sometimes. Get world underscore 2D. Yeah. How did I do this? Don't want it to be get tree. Will that work? Hey there, Huge. And we go over, we go remote, core, game, then blob spawner. Map RID does not have an RID, so put that in ready then. So game blob spawner still invalid. Well, thank you, Gavin. Let's see. It looks like we have Mason and Sammy there. Why doesn't it have a map? Okay, let's look that up. It's just the API. This says map create, but I don't necessarily want map create. There should be a way to get the actual local one. Don't actually want navigation agents. Here we go. just the API, still not what we want. This is initializing the map, but what we need is we need to be able to say that the agents that we're adding are added to the map that already exists in the world. We need that first. Stepping away for just a moment, folks. I will be right back. Okay, we're back. Jimmy, not immediately familiar. Hey there, Okami. We're trying to fix what is missing since yesterday because I accidentally erased everything I did yesterday. So I need to get back there so I can start making the adjustments for what I wanted to try today. But luckily, I was planning on this being a longer stream anyhow. Okay. That one. Yep, that's Mason. Pretty sure that's Mason. Yeah. more symmetrical face. Fur. Oh yeah, those are favored locations there. So there was a tutorial that we had on stream yesterday about using the navigation servers. Good reminder, Drew. So we don't need any of this region nonsense. Nope. Generally what we want, but we need the map is the thing. The fact that they're using this as a navigation agent is what's not helping us right now. So we need that map object. And we didn't need a global for it. Oh. Okay. Let's just... Okay. So... this is not working because at the time this is... This is not being readied at the time that I would expect. Hey there, Chow. So if we go in, we're gonna get to here. Okay, so I'm about to add the spawner. Let's actually restart this. About to add it, but it hasn't triggered yet. Okay, that's not what I was expecting. I mean, it's a good thing, but it's still not. Say world 2D is equal to... Let's chain it out. Oh. Thank you. What inspires me? I don't know. I just want to make a game. I liked making up the story that led to this character, and I am extending it into a type of game I like. Let's put a pass right here. Doesn't actually do anything, but it does give us a breakpoint. Invalid. Hey there, Dream. I am coding a game, G. Okay. Is world even a thing here? It is an object. I'm trying to make a Vampire Survivors style game. So we're testing like movement optimization, movement and collision optimization. This is not how everything will, ultimately look by any stretch, but what we need is to handle at least this many. So there are 1,000 of one type and 1,000 of another type. And I need them to move and collide with each other. Yesterday, we got them moving very gracefully and colliding with each other usually, but not always. And that always is the problem. Yes, in... Switch over to the kitties while I do some more searching. Not that one. Let's see, how many of them can we see here? We might have all 5. Yep, we have all 5. That's Sherbet in his little house there. He is actually almost, like, perfectly along the line of the house, so he's pretty well concealed. What I'm looking for is a description of how I can get the world map. And right now, that's very necessary. Because we don't want to just create a map. If we create a map that doesn't seem to work. If I recall correctly, which I may not. Oh. So you're not seeing anything because I'm looking up articles. Okay, I mean, this should be what we want here. So this is the thing that should be working, but it is not. The fifth cat is on camera right now. He is stealthy. He's dozing and looking out the window right now. So we need to be able to get world, get navigation map here. Go into our code here. World exists. That's the thing. World exists as far as this is concerned. But world get RID is invalid. Yep. Let's make it part of the actual tree. Let's make sure these are all exported properly. We need the texture path. We need the spawn limit. That's kind of a violet, isn't it, here? Well, welcome from the US there. Okay, so we're going to add a pair of texture renders to the game thing. We are going to hide this logic. Go down and we're going to instantiate these. Name this blob spawner. Mouse spawner. We are making a game. We're using Godot engine and the default GD script code. Got a ways to go, but we're getting there. Okay, for the blob spawner, the texture is the blob. Copy the path. And it has a spawn limit 1000. And for the mouse, 1000. Make sure it's running. I mean, it ultimately would depend on what the flavor is there, not here. That's a good question there. When will this be done? It's gonna be a bit, I suspect. Mouse is a bullet, and it collides with enemies. We're gonna make it collide with the player for now. Just for practical purposes. Yeah, okay. Okay, so we've got that. Now we're going to pause. Eventually I want that to work, but I do. I like the piano. Still invalid. Why it do this? How about we loop around this from a different direction? Navigation, server, area, yet. App. Okay, no, physics server, right? Wouldn't it? We get the map. What do you code in now, Sammy? Makes sense. I could see a great deal of the back end being a solid choice for things like C# and C++. I actually did some Lua coding when I was when I worked on a Noida mod. I did not like it. Hey there, Copper. We are trying to recreate the code from yesterday that I accidentally deleted at the start of the stream. I see there's... Lua is extra loose as far as variable typing and how you interact with it. And the structure of Lua doesn't lend itself to like good data organization and object control kind of stuff. So like once you load a file in Lua, the content of that file and its exact structure is fixed forever. There are ways around that, but it's wonky as all get out. Add to that, as a bonus, the Lua was being used as a layer over C++ code, and there were elements of Lua that were sliced away, such that I couldn't use them in the Noida mod. So I think I could describe my Noida mod that had integrations with YouTube and Twitch via things like StreamerBot as both jank and full of shenanigans. We're making a game from scratch here. I'm trying to get back to putting the navigation in. So right now we're doing collision testing. There are two things that we want to get back to. Well, there's one that we want to get back to right now, and that's getting the proper navigation in. What I want is for the blobs to not overlap with each other. And I'd also like to render things so that we don't get this horrible flickering. For drawing them, I would like to draw them in a more coherent order. Because again, right now they're rendering such that any individual might render in a different order. And since I'm painting directly to the canvas, the order matters. Oh, what just happened? All right, Sammy, thanks for swinging through. Okay, we just got a full freeze there. That's not good. We're gonna... Something's going wrong with the collision logic at a low level. I've very much broken something. Update the thing IDs. We constantly move towards the player. All right, let's see if we can get the actual error event to happen here. Yeah, long term, to my understanding, the general consensus with this is that for a majority of stuff, the C APIs can be better. Why was it crashing? Why was it crashing? Let's hold perfectly still again. Concerned that there's some sort of border case that I'm not aware of here. Okay. Let's... Every now and then there's like a compile oddity with how it goes, because this is interpreted. It goes through, parses it, and once it's there, it has a parsed version. So it's not like it's reading the script every time unless you go into debug mode. And even then, you can't always change the object at runtime. But you can mess with a lot of stuff. Okay, we're going to say... equals player factory, player, position. This way they'll keep spawning as I move. This will be important later. Hey there, Lucas. Could be better. Like I was saying earlier, I accidentally wiped out all the code we did yesterday. So we're having to recreate some of that. How we do this? Pretty much, Lucas. And I'm trying to remember how we got rolling with the navigation. There was a hurdle as far as getting the world map properly set up. Because I can't just create it for each thing. I need to have the navigation right and proper. Which means I need to get the world's RID. But do I actually? No, it is an RID that I need. Which should be the world and then the map of the area 2D that is this test render object. But it's not. Dot. So this should have a world ID because it is part of the tree. All right, let's do that in add thing. I think I may have found it. I think this is what we need. World exists, and then map RID exists. Okay. Okay, that was the thing. Okay, so we have the navigation RID. We're going to go into a test thing when it initializes. Go to map RID as an RID. Test render when we initialize a thing. We are going to map RID. Okay. Then you pronounce my name newtmechanist. Though technically Newt is my name. Mechanist is a title. Hey there, Erba. / archaic name for a profession or skill set. Okay. Pass in the RID, we also need the collision. We only have a working project name at the moment. I'm using Nyanite Survivors as the project name. But that isn't necessarily going to be even remotely the end name. Okay, so we need a collision area, which will be the same thing as its collision layer. Much later. We're still working on drawing to the screen and having things move around and bump into each other. So we're at the lowest level of things right now. But it will have like passive upgrades and weapons and all of that kind of stuff. We're actually using Noida as a bit of an inspiration as far as how we want weapons to work. I don't know if that's going to be the end state, but we're going to try to have like modular customizable weapons like we see in things like Magicraft and similar games, where the result of a weapon is the result of a series of like modules stuck together. As an int. So I think we could manually generate these, but for the purposes of testing, we're going to stick with this. Okay. So we don't want to mess with setting position just yet here. We need to make sure that all this happens after. So we create a rectangle, we say it's 16 by 16. Then we're going to do... we set its map, we set its radius, we set its position. And then we need to set its callback, which has a vector 3. And then we have our velocity and our target. Okay. I know there are other values we need to mess with on this, but for the time being, we're going to start with just this. Expedience will copy paste in. Here's our physics stuff. Then our positioning. Then we set up our drawing. And we'll have to change the position set in callback logic here. It's hello, Ember. So we need 2D on all of this. Then we'll need to create the agent. And we need map RID here. What is our position? There. Okay, we need to create the agent. Right there. Okay. So its radius will be... There's another marker on this, but we're going to put 16. 16 here. Okay, then we need to set its callback, which is this guy right here. We will need the agent RID elsewhere. Stepping away for just a moment. All right, all right. Okay, so we create the new agent RID. Now we need to create the callback. ID. Hello, Ember. Hello. Yeah, you get hugs. Those that aren't aware, Ember is one of my 2 cats. Well, technically 3, but she is the most likely to come and like crawl up my chest and sit at my shoulder and demand like really, really intense snuggles for a moment. That's why I'm leaning like this. So that she will purr away and, slowly cook me. Because she is a tiny kitten and thus generates a great deal of heat. Hey there, Chow. RID is equal to this. So now we need a function that is our callback. What's it called? Welcome back, Sammy. The we found the right method to call here, so we're getting the navigation set up again. Ember's a few years old now. 3 or 4, I think. Yeah, Ember, quit that. Quit messing with the cables. Sky is much older than that. Sammy and Sherbet are maybe 2 now, 1 or 2 in that range. And Sammy is 2 or 3. Hard to remember. I'd have to look at the papers to know for sure. On agent safe velocity, and it's going to get a safe velocity with a vector 3. Yes, Sky loves to mess with the mouse. He'll sometimes lay across a cushion that is nearby the mouse that, for the most of the cats, will keep them away from it. But Sky just kind of drapes himself across it. He'll grab the computer mouse. Is very much a, hey, look at me. An agent set callback. Set avoidance callback. Is 2D. Yep, Sammy's the little tuxedo cat. And hey there, Carlo. Okay, so then Alright. Target movement is a vector 2. Vector 2, 0. Safe movement. That. So then, I'm not going to set position in the same way. On safe velocity, we're actually going to move. It's equals safe velocity. X Z. There we go. So this is where the movement actually happens. And each time during the physics frame, we are going to set the movement in and two move target movement is equal to new movement. The cat that you can see right now is Sky. Each of my cats has kind of a favorite spot. They're kind of their spot. They'll not always be there. Sometimes another cat will take that spot. And so they'll move to one of the other areas, but that is Sky's favorite spot. Agent. Agent and then position. Okay, it's our target movement. Agent. Set. Agent. target movement. This is where we want the agent to go. All right, Chow, thank you. Haven't set them up yet, but I would like to set up just a little subscribe alert. I haven't figured out where I want to put it, but it wouldn't be like a, new member kind of pop-up. It would be something else on the screen somewhere. So then here, during our physics process, instead of set position, we are going to say set movement. And it will be this. Okay, well, they're not moving. We had this before. We do this. How do we do this? We set velocity during physics, which we're doing by calling movement. Then during the callback, we have the safe velocity. Sure, our callback is happening. Okay, we're getting nothing. What do we do to get around this? Oh. Init. Set the map. Set its position. Only mess with the velocity during the physics process. It needs a velocity and it needs a collision mask. But we just want them to start moving again. We need the agent set position in here as well. Yeah. It's set velocity. RID is something that's set. I have played Genshin Impact, Chow, but after a ways into it, I didn't like the gacha mechanic, how it started to become more and more front and center. Like, all the little Skinner box kind of mechanics that they put in and the temptation to pay money is very forefront with that game, and I don't like it. Visually, gameplay-wise, it's fine. It's okay. And the exploration is fun, but there's definitely the baited hook, and I don't like the vibe. So I stopped playing. How did we do this? That. The world, we get the map. So then when we're initializing the thing, we create the agent. We attach the agent to that map. We set its radius. And we set our callback. None of these are trying to move. We're coming in, we're saying this is our target movement. And then during physics, we're supposed to do our avoidance movement during the definitely missing something here. Because the safe velocity that's coming in is always 0. They're not being told to move, despite the fact that during this, we are updating it. So we've got a direction to player, which is a number. Missing. None of that should really matter. Telling them they can move, but that's not helping. Set position here. What was it that we had to do here that is different? Yeah. Hey there, Upgraded. Welcome. Thanks, Lucas. Have a good day. You're getting a new movement each time. That is the direction to the player, and we're trying to say this is how you need to move. Then when we get our callback, we're updating the position based on the safe movement vector that we get. Doing well there, Upgraded. Doing well. We're trying to fix a mistake I made from yesterday that has definitely set us back a bit. But we tell the physics server where we want it to move, but we move each physics frame. That still won't work. So why is this coming out as nothing? Because we're definitely setting it when we update the movement. Right there. Speed, neighbors, map. We've set the map. Created agents. There's a single map. Getting some weird fluctuations with our processing here. Free RID agent. Just make sure that that's in there so we don't forget. Thousand things, 2,000 agents. Okay. What are we forgetting? Let's set position to thing.safe movement. Not in the dark. What was it? Was an agent set, avoidance layers, and mask. Okay. Okay, let's make sure that we get this in there. Agent set, avoidance layers, agent ID. It lives in that's where it lives, and still no movement. Hey there, Jordan. Welcome. Feel free. I mean, as long as it's an appropriate joke. Hello, Brax. Why? Cute. Well, the first sentence of that, Brax, scans, but I don't get the second. Wonder if there's a way to paint this at Y layers, but I don't think so. What I would need to do is come up with a draw in a different order. Set its current velocity, and we set its target velocity, but target velocity isn't a thing. Map radius and position. Hey there, Starling. What we do. We register the callback, and we are getting it. Avoidance priority shouldn't matter. It is already trying to call that. Server 2D agent get avoidance enabled agent ID. Debug switching. Okay, avoidance is not enabled. Avoidance enabled. Agent. Apparently TR is a default function. Who'd have thought? There we go. Okay, now we are going to try double their size. Go into our game object. And we're going to double the number that appear just so that we can... We won't use the mice, we'll just use the blobs. There was another property that we needed to set. Map. Neighbors, agent. This guy is dozing up in his tree. Let's check on the kitties, and hello there, NLM. We have 4 of them are visible. This guy up in his tree, Sherbet in the other tree by the window. Camouflage. Mason and then Sammy. Some 6. Speed. Gent. Only move at most 96. Yeah, paused map. Should be enough. Hey. Where's distance? Agent, and then 32. White. We are messing with some variables here to try to get everything proper. But we're still getting a lot of overlap, and that shouldn't be happening. So this is the greatest speed that will allow it to correct. Okay, well, this was an error that we got to previously. It's not what we want, but we're clearly closer because we had this problem before. Don't look too closely at the blobs. Radius plays a big part on the logic. There we go. Oh. One-third. Still getting some oddity here. We're still getting some real ripple when they collide with each other. Two. Which is it that we need to change? What I want to do is we want to... Okay, so there's definitely a combination here. The maximum speed is related to their course correction. What if... we don't pass in the existing velocity here? We're going to say their max speed is 96, but when we're repositioning them, I'm sorry, when we go into our navigation here, we're not going to pass in the 96. That's just our direction. And then in the in this, is moving along. Let's make sure they're not colliding with each other. Okay, no, we're definitely getting the ripple effect still. That wasn't it. So there is something about our configuration here that isn't quite right. The agents should only have a radius of about 8. I might still need to make that 16. Because they're still overlapping too much. Okay. Just tweaking variables here. Hey there, Stitchy. Okay. We're working on our game today. Okay, let's do some debugging here. Okay, so safe velocity is 2. We're getting our callback, but our movement... 0.7, 1.6. Yeah, that should work. And hello, Ghost. For most of them, it's the same. Okay, we are going to... just real quickly... We're just going to ignore that callback. It's about the movement that we would expect. So... this is 1. We need to get them to bump into each other substantially here. We're also going to remove collision from players, from the blobs, so they never go away. Okay, well, I mean, they're kind of doing what they're supposed to. Well, fair warning on that, Ghost, is there's a decent chance that if they do something offensive enough, that they might trigger a timeout or a ban from the channel. This is generally the reason that it is policy on platforms to say you can't share your account, because anything that's done under your account is done by you effectively. Well, I mean, technically we're getting avoidance logic. Technically. This is about correct as far as distance that they're checking. So that's okay. So then we don't want the max speed. This is the max speed that it will course correct on. We get this terrible ripple. So therein lies the question there. Why is it... What if we don't... Okay. What if we remove the delta from that? I mean, that looked really cool, but it's not what I want to have happen. Nyom. Okay. Gonna step away for just a moment. Be right back. All right. Okay. Got the multiplier in there. This to the end. Yeah. What if we just record safe movement? We're going to do this, and then we're going to go into the test render. There, Rizzo. Thing dot set position. Do thing dot position plus thing safe movement. Apparently, Nightbot thinks, Brax, that you are posting links, but additionally, you have already said that, and I feel like you're just trying to provoke attention or similar. Feel free to stop. You've already asserted that your ear hurts. Right, we're still getting that ripply motion. So that's not it. It's not when we're doing that. It's at least good. It's got to be the maximum speed. I really wish there was more description on that. It's about the right speed. We're going to look 96 out, and we're going to say 48. A little too much. There we go. Little jittery, but we reduce the max speed a little further. And a little further. I don't know what has fully changed here, but technically I can change this stuff on the fly. Okay, this is what we wanted to have happen. Isn't that cool? Get this sort of like hexagon pattern, your sort of atomic crystal matrix going on. You can even see some fracture lines. Neat. Okay, and that's cool with the full knowledge that this not working correctly for a collision. Okay, 1 is too much. Let's leave that at 3. I don't know why 3, but 3 is enough. Okay. Now, I might be able to pass things like delta into the max speed, but we'll see. Okay. So this is where we want collision. So it's going to collide with the player. The mouse spawner is going to collide with the player. And there's going to be we'll do 1,000 mice. Should be getting mouse objects. Oh. It's not priority, it's spawn limit. Okay, something exploded again. There is something wrong. Yeah, we're getting some sort of critical failure here, and sadly, I don't know that we can capture it. It doesn't happen every time is the problem. I suspect there is, and that's why I toggled to keep the debugger on. but I don't know. Okay, we're going to start the profiler on. I think we just got our crash state. Yeah. I think this one... We can't just do an active stack trace. There's some sort of exception scenario that I'm getting. And it has happened once before. It happened earlier today. So it's got to have to do with the collision handling logic. Potentially the drawing. So let's not... The objects technically exist still. You just can't see them. Yeah, some sort of hey, this exploded pop-up would be useful. Let's watch the numbers spasm, folks. Okay, not drawing. For the purposes of making that a little more visible. Block count, string. That. String dot length. Okay. Or kind of brute forcey, but what you gonna do? And technically, the mouse spawner needs the same treatment. I was gonna say count string. Do Blod. I really need to be doing this? Not really, but we're gonna do it anyway. What else do we have? There are 2,281 agents. Hey there, Kevin. Should be freeing the agents at the end of each of these. But the agents is steadily climbing. That should not be the case. We are getting rid of the agent. Okay. That's correct. So what about... There is a limiter value on the agent that we could use. Agent set... We don't care about the obstacles. We want to set its maximum time here. Horizon for agents, agent RAD. 100th of a second. Almost immediately. Potentially a random time, but what is going on? Okay, how about no collisions? Let's do no collisions with player. No collisions with player. There, Ezio. We have an unknown crash. We are making a game, Ezio. At the moment, what we're doing with that... Oh, no, it still crashes. Okay. They don't collide with anything. I could also just remove the kill from these to verify, but... what we're doing right now is we're testing the navigation. There is some sort of flaw that's happening when we... I think when we're adding and removing things, we're running into a problem with collision. Because it happened earlier before navigation. So we're going to leave this to run a little bit here. Try to get the error state, but in the interim, enjoy the kind of shimmering pile of wind-up mice over top of bouncing blobs. Hey there, William. I think it has to do with the collision handling. Yes, there are 3,000 of the little bouncing blobs and 1,000 of the little wind-up mice. And we are operating still at... if I tab away from it, it can be intensive, but it holds at about 60. Oh. Good question. So I think it's collision. I think it's the collision logic that is removing the critters that is our problem. Do we have a triple? Oh, excuse me. We got a triple. Yeah. Mason, Sherbet, and Sherbet are next to each other there. Okay, definitely collision. Let's leave this out. Didn't seem to matter. Okay, so then in test thing, there is a collision happening logic here. Rendering. We're getting there. I think so too, Ezio. I mean, we're making progress. is our... Oh, that's right. It's up here. Okay, we're going to do some print debug here. I think it has the name property. Local shape index. Yeah, dot name, comma, space, area shape. Oh, nothing collides with anything. Oops. Blobs collide with player and bullets. Bullets collide with player and monsters. Okay. For consistency, we're making a Vampire Survivor style game, Izio. Again. With player, it will always be shape 0 that we're seeing the collision on. There are a lot of little accents on the first word in the name, or the first part of the name. I think the second one is Gao. But thank you, I appreciate it. And welcome. Let's make sure that we get a string version of an RID. Last thing we did was remove. So I don't Hoped, opt. It got a cute hat. I'll have to figure that out once this game is done, Ezio. Yeah, we're trying to make a game, Gao. Trying to make a game. Index. Writing a lot of debug statements, so it's slowing things down a bit. Andre, we are trying to make a game. And in particular, we're trying to debug a crash, so we're getting a lot of debug printing going on. We're gonna, for expediency, that is a lot of things. There's a crash state that occurs sometimes when objects are removed. And thing popped. All right. This was removed, and then we have the between here and here. But why? Remove the debugs here. Don't really need to know precisely where. Out of kind of computer. I'm running on a PC. frame rate is tanking because of all the printing we're doing. I'm not sure how it's ultimately relevant, Ezio. This isn't a like hardware kind of crash dealy. Right now we're not doing queue-free, Andre. We're interacting with the physics, rendering, and navigation servers directly. We seem to be having an issue when we remove something from this collection. It has the vibe of removing a index during iteration, but we're not. We're explicitly not. It's not crashing. Is it because we're eating up cycles? That's what I'm wondering here. We're iterating over the index. Okay, we just got our crash state. We still have an RID. If an object reference is bad, like if we have a reference to an object that exists in the world, like a node, and it's bad, it explodes right there and it tells you. So we're not in that territory. We are still getting entities. No. Just for future reference, we're calling remove on it. That is contraindicated there, Force. Okay. Shape. Agent. I do not, Ezio. Again, we're dealing with a crash during the execution of a particular program here. We are not interacting with, or at least we are not dealing with a problem during graphical rendering. We have called that out. We are dealing with an issue that is likely, if I had to guess, we're dealing with null pointer interaction. We're dealing with something that is dead at the time or at the low level processing has been pulled, has the rug pulled out from under it. Because the last thing that we get is this. Then we iterate over it. But if we put prints here, then it moves too slow. We need to do this because we're removing an entity from here. If we don't, we're removing it in this. We pop it and then we go over the index each time, because in the thing, we need to know what the ID is. We need that index in a couple of spots right there. When we update its position, we need to know its index in the area. This is a Vampire Survivor style game. Okay, so we get the collision started. We could be getting a false positive in the collision here. String. That. Do you mean where is my who created my model? Lag isn't the issue. We're holding steady at 60 frames a second. And my channel is set up to not allow you to post links. Then and we wait for it to crash. This is just weird. Every other error that we've encountered so far has been descriptive. We have not yet encountered this kind of scenario. Okay, so the last thing we did was complete a process call. We got to here. We don't see any of the other calls happening. It's not in the remove. this is killing our frame rate to do that, but let's get rid of that just to be sure. And let's accelerate the problem. We're not getting an excessive number of collision pairs. Hey there, Super. We broke what we did on the last stream, and now we're trying to fix it, but we have encountered something weird. And it is unclear why. Okay, slowing it down seems to be avoiding the problem. See, that's where it went wrong, Super. I messed up something at the beginning of the stream, and I reverted to the last commit, but I forgot to commit last night. So I put it back to the beginning of the stream yesterday. Oops. Okay, output overflow. Okay, it's not any of these prior things. Or at least, we know that the last thing that we can see is that we updated the draw. So we'll clear all this other stuff to try to remove interference from the debug from the equation. The last thing that's happening is this, and then we're iterating. Well, no, we get a draw event is the last thing. So we get a pop here, but we didn't get a remove thing done. Let's... one of those something weird going on kind of moments. Oh, there it is. Host ID's updated. wild hunch here. I'm removing the callback. Nope, callback has nothing to do with it. Is there a way for me to find out what's going on? Welcome back. Interesting. The red blocks are the canvases. They're where the sprites are drawn. Don't know if it will ultimately matter, but it looks cool. Okay, it's not a hard block. It seems like we've got a race condition somewhere. And thinking back, we had at least one anomaly like this yesterday. Yes. We are stress testing our rendering and physics processes. But under normal circumstances, the game needs to be able to handle upwards of 1,000 of them. We're testing at 3, just to be sure. Rendering removal is not the thing. Collision removal is the thing, which implies that it's the removal of the entity that is the problem. And it's not thread safe for me to defer and pop them. Wait. Maybe we can. Array. I'm going to do this. It's an array of test thing. Weird. So instead of removing them outright during a collision, we're going to try something here. Things, what did I call it? Put it in the wrong spot, didn't I? So we know what the local thing is. So then during our physics process, thing.remove move thing. Okay, so what we just did is we removed the clearing of an entity from the physics from the collision. So we say if a collision happens, we say on the next physics step, remove that entity. So if you can see the numbers in the upper left here, the left side is the number of things currently in existence. Top one is blobs, bottom one is mice. You don't see the mice very much. The right-hand side number is the total that have spawned. Here we go. Out of bounds. Okay. 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 I think we may have found it. It was happening in collision before, but we do have a race condition. By the time this is called on an index, this is already gone. Okay. My test naming is horrific, is it not? Move. Things dot erase thing. Things dot, does it contain? All right, we're gonna do a we don't need to do a sanity check. Okay, we have a duplicate function that is going to iterate over it's going to remove the thing. It's going to clear the thing's values. It's going to erase it from the array. It's going to find that one and get rid of it. Hey there, Valor. We're solving mystery problems. I thing. Exactly, Valor. So we're getting a heavy crash. Like full-on low-level exception crash where we're not getting any debug data, which is a problem. And it's happening as part of the object destruction logic. We shuffled some things around, and I think it's a race condition between our collections, with our collection of things and when they're removed and when they're otherwise processed. As in, we're getting removal events when we're also processing more removal events. So one of the things that we're going to have to do is make sure that the thing that we collide with still exists. But what I have done right now is I have removed the direct use of the index from the collection. And instead, I'm using the actual object itself, its instance, which should help. All right, I'm going to step away for just a moment. We'll see if it's still running when I get back. Getting settled in. Good news. I think we solved it. It's a race condition. So, what was happening? The kitties were summoned by fresh kibble. What was happening is that during collision, we removed an entity. But the problem with that was that in handling the collision, right then and there were other events that might also interact with that entity. So where after physics has happened, movement has happened. Now we're processing all the collisions. If anything else references that index, we might be referencing an index that is gone. And in particular, one's at the end of the chain. If that happens, we're going to get a crash. We are referencing out-of-bounds memory. And since we're doing it in low-level functionality, I suspect that's why it blew up as hard as it did. For demonstration purposes, still going. We are at about 17,500 blobs created. Not visible at the time. There are 3,000 blobs active. But we have made that many, which means they have been created and deleted very quickly. It does a bit like that, doesn't it, Connor? Okay. Next thing, now that we've got that working... Oh, we have a problem, though. Invalid IDs. Does not exist or was already freed. Okay. Bool is equal to true. If alive, remove all the stuff. Alive is equal to false. This is not thread safe, but hey, let's go. The fact that it only happened like 700 some times is concerning. But what this also does is ensures that I don't have a thinking that I'm not running into situations where I'm double dipping on a deletion. I think there's another route we could go with that, where it is, this is already queued for deletion, don't do it again. Okay. All right, to maximize testing, we are going to go into... There's so much stuff I'm going to need to remember shortly. It's going to be fun. Boolean is equal to true. Physics. If not, move in. Then times equals -1. Okay. If move in as else. I mean, it's a little clever. Not a name I can recall hearing. Groger, we're working on a Vampire Survivors style game, so lots and lots of monsters appear. You fire lots and lots of projectiles at them, and hopefully they go away before they touch you. Two. So screen edge, global spawn position. I want to fully test this, but I want it to be cleaner than it currently is. So I want to look at my spawner logic here. The old spawner logic. Get global spawn position. Okay. Just roll with that. Global nodes dot get out. Hey there, Lion. Okay, and if it's moving in. It's moving out. We want it to start at 0. But plus a little. Bug bites are a hassle. Right. Rotated. Is the equivalent of 360 degrees in radians. Tell me, Wiki. Yeah, Tess, we got about 2.5 hours yet, so We'll be going well. Thanks. I'll swing in if I'll try to swing in after regardless. Okay, we're just gonna do degrees here. Degrees to radians and float. I think that's what it'll be. Rotate degrees to radians. It's 360. 0 to make sure it's a float. Times equals normalized. Okay. That's not right at all. Going pretty well. Very chill music, isn't it? I think it might be working. Let's double check. Okay, we're going to do remote. Going to move the blobs above the mouse. Hey there, Don. We may have actually fixed one of our issues without having to go to more drastic measures. Now, if any of the blobs land all the way in to the center, then it's not working. All right. Get some rest there, Lion. It's working. It's totally working. Okay, let's run over here. This is great. Ah. Feels good. Feels good. Okay, so the advantage with this working, and the advantage with this working is that the alternative that I was going to investigate would have been noticeably more complicated and had already we'd had trouble implementing something like it before we came to this pattern. So the next thing that we do remove things. This will spawn them way faster. Well, it should spawn them faster than process. But we need to go differently here. Equal to 1. Okay. So this is how many seconds. Time since spawn. Say float is equal to 0. So in physics, delta, we're going to move that down with its friends. I have to type it out. And spawn rate. While time since spawn is greater than spawn rate, greater than or equal to, add a thing as equals spawn rate. So then we go into these guys. We have a spawn rate, and the mice will spawn every half second. They're popping right away. That's very weird. Bullets shouldn't collide with the player. Okay, and the blobs will now spawn at the same rate. Let's get rid of that time since spawn. While okay, we'll change how spawn rate is used. I in spawn rate. Int. And thing. Okay. There should be no way that the blobs get into the center. It's a horrible, jittery mess, but it's currently working. Okay, let's up our game a little bit here. What we're gonna do, we need to remove from the mouse spawner. Okay, we're gonna go in and we're gonna say it has test render is having a void mask. We have that in constants. This, so should be in a mob template. Yes I do, Zykes. In fact, not only do I have physics turned on for them, I have navigation logic, so they sort of flock around each other. They slide around, so they don't overlap. We have come a long ways. Where did I put that? Up template. Go into my test render, export enum. We have an avoid mask. So we have our collision layer, and we have our avoid mask. So now we go into the test thing. We have rewritten our collision and rendering from the ground up for most of the entities in the game, which has resulted in me having some really janky test code currently. It's expedient, but I hate it so much. Avoidance mask. Okay. So the mice will avoid nothing. The blobs will avoid other blobs. Yep. We switched to using servers directly. Oof. The numbers in the upper left are the numbers of current entities and the numbers that are spawning. Right now, we are spawning very much unbounded. Like, we're spawning way too many things at once during a physics step. But we are currently holding steady at 1,000 things. 4,000 entities in existence and rendering. And we're closing in on 12,000 things having been created since it started. I do want to work on the rendering to get like a Y order sort of thing going, so that we don't get this flickering that's happening. Because right now they're all canvas items that are being rendered independently. And not ideal. Not ideal. I wonder if we can set that. But yeah, this is totally working. Totally working. Feels good. Feels good. So today started with me wiping out yesterday's progress by accidentally purging a get branch that I had not yet committed. So I wiped out all the changes, having forgotten to commit them yesterday. So, you know, oh no. But as a result of that, as a result of having to rewrite everything we did yesterday, we actually have come up with a better solution. Yesterday, we were running into the problem that given enough entities spawning, they were spawning on top of each other, and we weren't getting the collisions properly. So that is something else I want to check, actually. Let's test that. We are going to go into here when we're adding things. Okay, we are going to go to our prior logic. So instead of this, equal to vector 2, it's going to be random float from negative 4,800 to positive 4,800, comma, same thing. Ow. Okay, we are also going to set the mice to move in. So the mice will stick to the player. It's... Okay, let's clear that as well. The mice will collide with player. As will blobs, yes. Hey there, Annabelle. Loading period. Yeah. Okay, so there's still a lot of work to be done. There's still a lot of work to be done here. But we are getting the sort of movement that we want. Because with this logic, we would, in the actual game, we would not have the blobs being removed when they touch the player. Instead, the player would be taking damage at a rapid pace while there is an enemy touching them. And the goal would be to push them away from that radius. Okay. That put you back. Have the mice move in or move out. And then... yeah. Lurch as we spawn a billion things at once. This will hit equilibrium shortly after this. Every wave there you can see is the processing lag happening. There's a point at which the things are being created and destroyed at a manageable pace. And that's where it will hold steady. Let's zoom out a little bit. I want to see what's going on. Interesting. We're getting kind of a Iron Cross vibe. This is... I wonder... is it actually randomizing it properly? No, they are coming out diagonally. It's just that this wave of blobs in each of the corners has gotten in closer. If we limit the number of things that are spawning, right here. So each physics frame, we will do this once. Yes, we are normalizing, and one thing I've encountered before is weird. Because GD script is loosely typed unless you tell it to, when you're dealing with raw numbers, sometimes it will treat a raw number as an int when you meant a float, and it will treat the resultant entity as an int, which will throw off things like radians, that kind of stuff. Super annoying. But I don't think that's the case here. We are going to spawn 2 things at once. You know what? Let's spawn 5 things. 5 things at once. We're going to speed it up. And then we will, from the outside, we're going to zoom out. We are still getting a propensity for these edges. I don't know what's going on there. There's got to be a flaw in the way the mice are being randomized in their motion. This isn't end state, but I want it to work. Not even remotely end state, but I want it to work right. It's when we spawn them in. We're getting a random float from 0 to 1. We're multiplying that by 360. We're converting it from degrees to radians, and we're rotating off right, and then we're normalizing. And then we are adding the player's position. I wonder if it's a coincidence. Let's reduce the number of blobs. I don't know if I have a boundary condition, so we do need to move a little fast here. No, there's still a noticeable gap here. There's... Okay, let's do it in pieces then. No, we're making a game. We're making a game. Float is equal to degrees to radians. Degrees. Game development generally is. And it's largely just a matter of getting used to it. We are getting a noticeably random number, so we might just be seeing some sort of terrible coincidence. Okay. Very nice. Oh, I know why it's happening. The mice are spawning in a circular pattern. No, that should be still true. Ah, never mind. But nice, nice. And we are hitting the spawn limit on the mice on a regular basis here. Our distance layer as a float is equal to position distance squared to this. If the distance is greater than a whole screen, so whole screen left or right. Else we do all of the regular stuff. Otherwise, things to delete dot end thing. Now this should create kind of a steady state here. Is if any of the objects get too far off screen, we remove them. Okay, the blobs are spawning too far in general. 2,500. Actually, my constants. Yeah, let's not mess with that. All right, have a good evening, Ezio. Okay, we're wiping out blobs faster than they're spawning, so let's take a look here. Okay, no, the blobs are just getting wiped out just about as fast as they can spawn. We're definitely within the radius for this to work. But it's not working. No, it is. They're hitting about here and going away. That's what we want. Okay. Let's really stress test this, shall we? Can be 3,000 of both of them. Hey there, dude. Okay, we're definitely reaching a critical mass at probably 4,500 objects. Let's go for a smaller number. 4,000 objects. Now this is 4,000 things moving around and jostling and colliding. We're going through bullets a lot faster than blobs. Okay. What's the threshold here? Is it rate of spawning that's the problem? We're definitely getting a lot of navigation handling over here on the edges. Okay, yeah, it was frequency of spawn. I don't get why we're hitting this. Because we seem to be getting the proper circular path, but we're getting these corners. The avatar? This? Or do you mean the stuff on screen? Hey there, Horo. This is live 2D. This is a style of no. It's a style of model where it is a piece, a drawing cut into pieces with additional like background layers and whatnot, layered over top of each other with a mesh akin to what you do for a 3D model, and then tracked with software. It is colloquially known as vtubing, you know. I'm just kind of soaking in our success here. I don't know why we're getting this cross pattern, though, but, you know, that's later. Not bad, Aniji. We have solved one of our collision problems. So we're testing monster spawning, as well as the idea of bullet collision. So I have... I have one layer of collision in rendering that is the little wind-up mice. And I have a second layer that is the bouncing blobs. They're set up to... the blobs go away if they touch the player right now. And they go away, like, the bullet and the blob go away if they touch one of the other. The blobs are set up not to step on top of each other. The bullets don't care about that. Let's check the cat cam there. Let's take a look at that. We're spawning them in. already seeing the propensity to home in again. All right, let's, instead of pulling this, we're going to do random F range. And we're going to say anywhere from 0 to 360. Already seeing it come in again. Now, there might also be an issue with the way that we're spawning the blobs, because there is it's pseudo-random around the circle. So it might be a flaw in that. That's a good thought. We have had problems with this pattern before. So the seed can be a little wonky. Gives us a vector 2. We are going to, we're going to force this here. One degree increments. We'll get a cool little spiral thing going. Okay, well, good news. It's not the blob spawning. It is the bullet spawning. We're narrowing down our issue space. What if we get the global spawn position, we point it back at the player? Yeah. Yeah, okay. So we're gonna do this. We're not moving in. We've got the global spawn position. So that will be a point out from the player, technically. It's equal to this dot normalized. Okay, we're still seeing a propensity for that. Okay. Do this again. Again, should be a spiral. And then we're going to tell them to spawn one at a time. Again, it's not meant to be in-game functionality, but it sure looks cool, doesn't it? Okay. Yeah, so Zykes, one of the things that we have set aside because we were working on this is that the way that that the bullets will act. Technically, the monsters can act this way, but I'm going to simplify how the monsters move. The way that the bullets act is determined by a chain of logic that sets what their target is and then how it will move regarding that target in relation to that target. And that's a daisy chain of effects. So, spiral motion is definitely something we could do. Okay, if we go into constants, minimum 360. Oh, the minimum will be 1. Okay, we should get a much more erratic spawn pattern going here. Definitely seeing some aberrations going on. Let's speed up. We're getting gaps, but it's a lot less consistent. Let's speed up the blobs as well. We're still getting that cross shape. What's up with that? Huh. Oh well. Don't know. The spawn rate is not really what I'd want here. Okay, we're definitely getting some aberrations, though. Some of these mice are disappearing before they should. not seeing it obviously with the blobs, but I am with the mice. Hmm. Doesn't seem to have actually affected it. Yeah. Late night, huh? Okay, when we set movement, we're ultimately telling it a direction. Let's do a quick experiment here, actually. Completely unrelated, but we've got a good collision pattern. I'm looking at something unrelated, kind of like a victory lap kind of thing right now. Uh, there are a couple of anomalies still to work out, but we've made some real progress. Made some real good progress, I think. Okay, so we're just giving it the direction to the player. We're also going to say, here's the delta. We're going to look into the thing. And when we set movement, we're going to have delta, so float. Last delta is equal to delta. Then when we get our callback, and then we're going to set our safe movement, so it's 96. Okay, there is a flaw in the blob spawner then. Then test thing. delta. It's handling delta itself. I think it's handling delta itself. No, that's weird. No, we were still doing the delta logic in here. Oh, we're still in just the collision. They're not even taking damage. They're just getting touched. Hey there, football. Yeah, the delta doesn't even matter. Just the direction is what's relevant right now. What's going on here? Well, thanks, football. Why is it doing this? So if it's 0, they don't move. That makes sense. But if it's 1... No, they're still not moving much. It's like they're capping out. It's normal. And then if we say... Let's not spawn any blobs. Okay, we're getting 20 and then 26. We can't guarantee which one this will be, but... Okay, these numbers should be a lot higher than this. Okay. We're gonna look at this number again when it comes through. So we've got like 2s. Okay. About... the maximum speed. Okay, so they're jittering too much right now. I don't want them ricocheting off each other that much. So we're gonna set this to something gratuitous. And we're gonna set these higher. Let's try something else here. How about... Be onto something here. We're gonna remove the mice for... All right. Okay, no, they're getting ricocheted all over. Overlapping too much. Is due to this. We're getting a lot more jittering, which is weird. Okay, so there's still some stuff wrong with the way that they're navigating. So once we have enough of them on screen, they start to kind of settle into a spot that they can be. We would also get less kind of like visual noise if they weren't, like, if the paint layer wasn't kind of randomized. That's not very... This is not a very descriptive value, max speed. I don't know what that is. This is supposed to be how far it will look for other things. We set this to 96. They should be a full square apart from each other. Yeah. So we'll have to see where some of this is. I wonder if there's some oddity with the space that it's using. Okay, now I've got him looking much further away for other things. I think that's the opposite. Let's find out. Oh, wait, this was 32, I think. I wonder if I need to scale the values. This does need to be better there. This is the weird number. This one's the one getting to us here. There has to be another behavior. Time horizon. Let's put that in there. I don't know what this value is. Oh, okay. This is the amount of time that the velocity has to be safe for others, as in how long it's able to move. Okay, okay. Then what about... Okay, and then we're going to go into here. We're still getting massive ricochet here. Hey there, 3. More jittering than I'd want. There's something off with the way that we're doing this. The speed limiter is weird. That's your decision to make there, 3. Shouldn't work well. Still works because there is collision checking, but I don't understand how this value works. Set max speed. Why? Why does 3 work okay? What if we remove it entirely? No max speed. They're moving much slower than anticipated. Okay, default max speed is noticeably slower. There's some difference in the values that I'm passing into it. About 16. Move at 96, but our max speed is 16. That didn't change it noticeably. What if... No. Gonna... movement length. Length squared because it's faster. Just in case. Three. Okay. The length of this is at most 3. Okay. All right. That's not quite right what we want. If target movement equal to 96. We're going to remove 3 from its length here. Equal to 5 by 96 times 93. Plus equals target. Okay, so now we are going to have it. We're going to say 48. Okay, half of their movement is safe movement. Still way off because all of them are adjusting violently. That's not really what we're looking for here. Because no matter what, safe movement comes back as 3. A length of 3. Which is weird. Because these guys are definitely moving faster than that. If safe movement dot length squared is greater than 9, tell me about it. Little over 9. Well, that doesn't count. Okay, so this is the most that they can jitter around. But why? Like, this is the most they'll bump each other. Hey there, Canicus. Or Canocus. Summon. We're hitting a roadblock, folks. I think I'm going to have to do some research on how this works, because this is preventing us from having them move at different speeds. What if they just move slower? What if they just move straight up slower? They can move slower. We are going to remove their collision with the player. And we are going to speed up their spawn. It's weird. Hey there, Garrett. Should be getting way more of them spawning at once in this scenario. Okay, they are spawning fast enough. All right, there's a point at which they're moving fast enough that they run the risk of bouncing into each other. So we put their speed back up to 96, but we go into the test and we say the neighbor distance is closer for it to check. It does not check as far. Yeah, they can move a lot faster in this scenario. And if I bump this out, okay. That's our marker. It's this distance check is part of the thing. So if I set this out to a incredible distance, and then we're going to set this out to, it'll account for 600 things. Okay, and then their max speed is going to be 16. Faster, faster. They still ripple too much. 3 seems to be the sweet spot. But this is also 1,000 things checking around themselves to make sure that they don't collide. So I think this value should be like twice the speed or something like that. We're making a Vampire Survivor style game, Garrett. That's about right. I think he seems okay. About twice. Yeah, higher number equals more jitter. What about 10 squares out that they're looking? Those are 2 of my cats, Garrett. I always show my cats on stream. Let's see, there's Ember, the third one. Sherbet is on the blanket next to Sky, the big gray one. Sherbet on top, the tan and white one, and then Sky, the gray and white one. Then Ember is visible on the table there. Okay. Then if we increase our speed to twice that, to twice normal, how do we do? The blobs are still slowing themselves down dramatically. They're not going nearly as fast as they should be able to. Okay. Then what if we say they can only move 3? Oh, 2 squares is enough. Okay, they slow right down once they're not bumping against each other. There is some sort of speed cap that I can't see in here. This is not the speed cap. Because that's about 96 move speed there. It's about 1 square in a second. So 192, should be twice as fast. So let's look twice the distance out. That's fine. I mean, you're not spamming stuff. And you're not being obnoxious. I don't really think I need them to move any faster than they are. I think we're at good enough territory for this. Okay, so. I think we've made a lot of progress. I think we're at a state. I don't know what that is, Garrett. I think we're at a point where we can proceed back into... well, we can refine this. We need to refine this very heavily. So we're going to need a concept of a wrap. We need a wrapper for a monster. We need wrappers for bullets so that we can start tracking how they interact. Because some bullets are not going to care. Like they're going to pass through enemies, that kind of stuff. So I need to have more robust collision logic for them. There are going to be bullets that do not use this navigation logic, so I definitely want to mark that. Then no, I don't. What we're using here is Godot engine. Anyway. So we're going to come back on Tuesday, and we'll see how much further we can get here. So like I said, the next stage is cleanup. We've been doing testing stuff like crazy. So this entire glob of code that I've written, I need to go back over it and clean it up a lot. But we have the basics in here. We have what we need to do. The next thing is figuring out how to genericize it. Or at least abstract it into things that I can configure more easily so that we can get back to where we were. And hey there, Conduct. Haven't seen you in a bit. We're done with, what is it? Like hour 5.5, I think. How long we've been going? Yeah, about 1 o'clock. So then, yeah, about 5 hours we've been going. 5.5 hours we've been going. Much coding was done today. So yeah. Okay, so we'll be back Tuesday. Our normal starting time is 4 o'clock. If I do start earlier than that, there will be 2 streams. Or 2 sets of streams. One of them will just be the YouTube short format. As several of you are looking at it's the 9:16 ratio with the cat at the top. Then in the evening, like now, we would have the widescreen format as well on YouTube and Twitch. But I don't guarantee the early stream. That's a big variable. But yeah, hopefully our next session will be code cleanup so that we can get back to progress into the bullet logic, which is where we left off last time, because we were running into too many performance issues. So yeah. All right, everybody. I want to thank all the new faces and old faces who have swung through. I hope you all had a good time. If you liked what you saw and you haven't already, consider liking, commenting, subscribing, all that kind of stuff. It will help the platforms serve you up stuff that you like more in the future. But with all that said, have a good rest of your day, everyone.